Pitching, and more pitching dominated at Progressive Field last night. Jared Weaver lived up to his all-star form in a 3-0 Angels win. Tonight, the Tribe faces another tough right-hander in Dan Herron, who is 3-0 in his career at Progressive Field. Zach McAllister will try to duplicate his strong start in Baltimore, and it's next on Sports Time Ohio. Another warm evening in downtown Cleveland on this, the 3rd of July, as the Tribe and the Angels continue a 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Last night, it was just a pitching-dominated baseball game on both sides. Ubaldo Jimenez pitched well. Jared Weaver just happened to pitch better.
Well, anytime Jared Weaver pitches against the Indians, he seems to dominate. They had one opportunity last night. They had the bases loaded, nobody out. They could not capitalize, and that's the only opportunity they were going to get. But when you look at this Los Angeles pitching staff, they're about as good as it gets when you look at them as a team combined. They are number one in the league in ERA, 4 starters. Opponents' batting average, they're first. Complete games, they're 5. Oh, and by the way, they also have 11 shutouts. And when their starters give them that many innings, their bullpen is definitely going to step up, and they have done that since May 1st. So they're starting to pitch very, very well together. And you're not going to get many opportunities to score, so when you do, you have to take advantage of it.
You look at that Angels bullpen. They've got a left-hander, Scott Downs, who has 7 saves and his ERA is under 1. And their right-handed closer has 10 saves, leads the team, and he hasn't given up a run in 24 outings. So when they do have the lead late, like the Indians, they can lock it down. Let's take a look at tonight's Nissan road-ahead pitching matchup. It's Zach McAllister for the Tribe, Dan Herron for the Angels.
Well, Zach came up and started another game in Baltimore and pitched a very good game. He was throwing 92 to 94 miles an hour, had a very nice breaking ball, and he ended up pitching 5 2/3 innings, and he had 6 strikeouts, 2-1 on the season. He'll be matched up against Dan Herron.
Get to a Nissan dealer for great deals on innovation you can count on.
And Danny Herron, again, he pitches well here. He's a control guy. He's struggling a little bit right now. Right-handers are doing a little bit of damage, hitting .340 against him on the year. So, man, he's got a couple more right-handers in the lineup, but he's a tough customer. We'll see if the Indians can get him this evening.
It's amazing he's 3-1 in his most recent starts, because in his last 3 games, he's given up 16 runs. We'll see if the Tribe can get to him tonight and even up this series at a game apiece. We're back with the play-by-play action coming up next. Tuesday Night Baseball on Sports Time Ohio is brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. Welcome into Progressive Field tonight. Indians and the Angels continue their 3-game series. Before tonight's ball game, 90-year-old Rebecca Eden, former president of the Ohio Board of Nursing, appointed by Jim Rhodes. She was the director of the Jane Addams School of Practical Nursing. She helped train more than 3,000 licensed nurses. She's a WW2 Army Nursing Corps veteran, 10 grandkids, 6 great-grandkids. Her first game was Bob Feller's first game as well.
No kidding.
Her favorite player was Lou Boudreau. She's been to League Park, the old stadium, and this ballpark more times than probably anybody who's around.
Good for her. And she wasted no time getting that ball to home plate.
Nice job indeed. Zach McAllister making his warm-up tosses for the Tribe. Here is the starting 9 for Mike Scioscia's Angels, brought to you by Kia. Mike Trout back in the starting lineup tonight. He's leading it off in center field. Then Torrey Hunter, followed by Albert Pujols. Kendrys Morales batting cleanup. Mark Trumbo hits 5th. Alberto Calespo 6th. Howie Kendrick 7th. Eric Ibar with a hit in 17 of his last 19, batting 8th. And John Hester will catch and bat 9th.
Let's check out Zach McAllister on the mound for the Indians tonight, with a reminder to go to Indians.com now for the All-Star Final vote. Zach, a 24-year-older, came up, made his last start against the Baltimore Orioles with a win. He's pitched well. And the Indians are 4-1 in his 5 starts this year. This will be his first start against the Angels, so he's going to have that game plan where he saw how they like to run the bases last night, and I'm sure he will be ready for everything they're going to throw at him. Let's check out the Indians defense, brought to you by Pat O'Brien Chevrolet, with 4 convenient locations and the best selection of Chevrolets in Northeast Ohio. Duncan in left, Brantley in center, Chu is in right. Hanahan at third, Cabrera at short, Kipnis at second, Kochman at first, Santana behind the plate.
Bob Davidson will call the balls and strikes. Jim Wolf at first, Mike McGlinskey at second, Jerry Lane, the crew chief, down at third. 85 degrees at game time here tonight. Boy, we had some heavy storms blow through town earlier today, but all clear at the moment, and we're ready to go as Zach McAllister winds. And his first pitch low and away, ball 1. Mike Trout, what a story this young man is. 6 months ago, he was living at home with mom and dad. And now, he's the first player in 16 years to be named to the All-Star team prior to his 21st birthday.
Well, he had his first appearance right here in Progressive Field when they called him up to start the year. But he has been an exciting player, and, you know, people look at him as being one of the turnarounds for the Angels after their slow start.
League leaders brought to you by your Cleveland-Akron area Lexus dealers. On top in batting average, and the Angels really have turned it around since his call-up. So a lot of people have pointed to him. They were 6-14 when he got the call-up.
He's certainly one of the reasons. I think Mark Trumbo is one of the reasons. I think their starting rotation is one of the reasons, and everything's starting to fall into place, and they're playing very well as a team.
Trout a swing and a miss, and McAllister says, how about that? Strikes out Trout to start the ball game.
Looks like Zach goes with a fastball going right at him. It's about belled high, and Trout can't catch up with it. 95 for Big Zach. He had 6 in his last start.
That's the one thing we've seen with McAllister. He might sit low 90s, but he can reach back for a little something extra and giddy up on that fastball.
Well, the thing I like about him is every time he's been up here and he started, he throws strikes. He goes out there and he doesn't nibble. He tries to stay aggressive, and I think he realizes that's what he has to do to be successful. And, you know, a big, tall guy, not many guys pound that zone as much as he does.
McAllister, like Genmar Gomez, whose spot he took in the rotation, he just blew away Torrey Hunter with high heat. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the game. Key pitch for him, like Gomez, the slider. The development of his slider has made his fastball that much better, and he's given him another go-to pitch.
Well, now this is the first time that they've faced him, so you can see he's gotten away with 2 high fastballs. They will make an adjustment the second time around, and when they go back to that dugout, they'll say, hey, it's got a little extra giddy up on it, at least that first time through.
Now Albert Pujols fouls it back, and then, Rick, that's when he can come back with that good slider, maybe second time around, if he can have success early by establishing his fastball.
I like what he's doing. He's establishing the fastball right now, and they haven't faced him, so he has the advantage.
An off-speed pitch, and he fouled it off. Let's go downstairs and hear what Katie Witham has to say about Zach McAllister.
Well, Matt, Rick, when Zach McAllister was with the Yankees, they really had him pegged as a sinker ball, two-seam fastball pitcher. But when the Indians picked him up, they really worked on creating that four-seam fastball with him. And getting him to throw that four-seamer has really added to his velocity and his consistency.
And it helps him mow down the Angels 1-2-3 here in the first. The Indians coming to bat when we come back. The Indians starting lineup tonight presented by Progressive Insurance, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Shin-Soo Choo is Dribble Cabrera and Jason Kipnis at the top. Jose Lopez gets the call in the cleanup spot. Then Michael Brantley bats fifth. Carlos Santana will hit sixth. Casey Kochman, Shelley Duncan, Jack Hanahan rounded out.
Dan Herron on the mound for the Angels tonight. He's won 3 of his last 4 starts despite a 7.94 ERA, but they have scored him a lot of runs, 24 runs of support. So he has pitched on the right day, but this guy has always been tough on the Indians. He owns a 3-0 record with a 1.80 ERA in this ballpark in 5 career starts. And that 1.80 ERA is the 3rd best all time in this ballpark. Oh, and by the way, that Weaver was second last night.
Well, Weaver was very good last night, no doubt about it. Indians had one legitimate shot to get to him, and Weaver was able to get out of a bases-loaded, no-out jam to help preserve the victory. Down low to Choo.
Dan Herron, not an overpowering guy as well, but he throws the cut fastball. He has a split finger. He can work it, and he usually has very good control. He's a workhorse and has been. 215 innings in 7 consecutive seasons.
Choo launches one to deep center. Trout on the move, on the track, over his head, hits the wall, ricochets past him. Choo around second. He'll turn and burn for 3. Here's the throw, and he is in safely with a leadoff triple. There is where a case of Trout, who has great speed, tried to run that ball down, and he ran himself into the wall and couldn't play the carom.
Well, that ball was smoked off the bat of Shin-Soo Choo, and you're right. He thought he had a chance to catch that ball when he really didn't. Choo got that and digs it out and goes the other way, and Trout realizes, I'm getting near the warning track, I better stop. And it was just a hair too late, so that allows Choo to come around second, cruise into third with his second triple of the year.
So the Indians, who did not score in last night's game, have their first batter of the night at third with nobody out, and his Dribble Cabrera grounds to first, but Choo didn't come home. Pujols takes the out at first. Choo, I don't know, he just hesitated. Maybe didn't think he was going to be able to get home if Pujols decided to come after him.
They would have taken the out anyway. I think Choo should have probably scored Let's check it out from above and see if he breaks. It's just a weak little grounder. He got a bad read off the ball and then hesitated. I don't think Pujols was going to come home, but he didn't get a good jump. And, you know, sometimes you don't go on contact with the infield back. I think he could have scored on that ball.
Well, here's Jason Kipnis now. Jason Kipnis 0 for 3 last night. Leads the Indians with 47 runs batted in. Takes the ball inside. It's 2-0. Kipnis smacks it right up the middle. And the Indians will take that 1-0 lead. Jason with a wide turn will hold with a 1-out RBI single. His 48th run driven in on the year, and the Tribe leads it 1-0.
Well, good job by Kipnis there, counting his favor. He stays back and he drove the ball, hit it well, right on the nose. So the Indians will draw first blood, play from in front tonight. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. You see a ball out over the plate. He just ropes it into center field. So 2 out of 3 hit hard right off the bat.
Now Jose Lopez. Lopez getting the start tonight, along with Shelley Duncan. Manny Acton told me before the game, he said, you know, the right-handers hitting .340 against Dan Herron, so we're going to give a couple of our right-handed bats a shot.
Well, you might as well. The last time that Herron pitched against the Indians, April 28th, it was a win. He went 8 innings. They won 2-1. It was his 3rd straight quality start. He walked 2, struck out 7.
Lopez, swing and a miss. Down in the dirt. Good block by Hester. Kipnis holding it first. Jason, with his 20 steals on the year, second only to Mike Trout of the Angels, who leads the league with 22. And the 1-1 grounded to third. Callaspo goes to second for 1. The relay is in time for an inning-ending double play. But a triple by Chu and a hard-hit ball by Jason Kipnis has the Tribe on top 1-0. Berry Chiller, cherry and raspberry flavors blended with ice and 100% fruit juice. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Now we go to the second inning, 1-0 Indians. Kendry Morales will lead off for the Halos. And Zach McAllister delivers a strike, and Morales bunted it back. Morales, last night hit a ball right at third base, and with the shift on, took the extra bases.
Right idea. I mean, they're giving it to him. Why not? He says, I see it over there. We see it a number of times when this defense is on. They'll take it. They did it to Beltran in St. Louis. He did the same thing. They waited for him to get one strike before they moved back.
He lifts a pop-up. Jack Hanahan there makes the catch. One away. And I suppose if you're Maniac in the Indians, if you think maybe we can get into his head, maybe it does work to your advantage.
Well,
then.
If you want him swinging that way, leading off an inning, that's fine. I know what you're talking about.
Stat of the game brought to you by your Northern Ohio GMC dealers. And the Angels, hey, let's just face it, they've been a better team.
They've turned it
Home,
around.
road, inside, outside, you name it, they've been better. Every month they've gotten better. Better runs scored, fewer runs given up.
Well, everybody just gave them the championship after the winter with the signings that they made. C.J. Wilson, who's done a terrific job, and Pujols. They just said, here, go ahead. You don't have to play a game. You guys are already in the playoffs. Well, they found out it doesn't work that way. You got to play the games.
Yeah, and they found out the Texas Rangers said, excuse me, we won this thing last year.
Right.
And we think we're pretty good.
And I'll tell you, it's going to be a good battle. And you knew these guys were going to be good. I mean, they just started off poorly for the first 28, 30 games. But it's a long haul. They still got a ways to go. They had a great, and those numbers we show you, they're very good. But they're still trailing the Texas Rangers by 5 games.
Well, here's one more thing to keep in mind, too. Because this goes for the Indians. This goes for any team that's in it as we get closer and closer to the trading deadline at the end of the month. Because of the new playoff format, there's more incentive this year to win your division. So, teams who are leading it, like Texas, like New York, they're going to be probably more inclined to go out and make a trade now than in years past because they don't want to finish in that wild card spot and have to play that one-game playoff.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, you want to win your
division.
You
want to win
You
the
want to
division.
rest.
You don't want to have to fool around with that one-game playoff deal. 1-0 pitch to Callaspo is driven. Left field. On the run. Duncan. He's there, and he's got it. And a 1-2-3 second inning for Zach McAllister. All right, we go to the bottom of the second inning. For the Tribe, Michael Brantley, Carlos Santana, and Casey Kochman due up. Brantley 1 for 4 last night. And Michael looks at a strike outside corner. Now, I think for the Angels, in order to catch front-running Texas in that division, they're going to need either Dan Herron or Irvin Santana. One of those two is going to have to figure it out and turn their season around, or they're going to have to go out and make a trade for another starting pitcher.
Wow.
Because they got a great 1-2 punch.
Well, I'd like
to
the
catch
other
Texas,
two guys. Yeah, but
somebody's
got to
get going.
Guys. I like the other two guys, too. They'll turn it around. There's a long way to go. I mean, you give me Santana and Herron any day of the week, and I'll pull them in, into any rotation. Those guys will keep going.
Brantley fouls it off. Santana 4-8 with an ERA over 5. Herron 6-7 with an ERA just over 4.5.
Santana's problem is they were shut out 5 times out of his first, I think, 6 or 7 starts. They've been shut out 3 times when this guy pitches.
Missed inside.
They are 3-3 against Texas. So there's a lot of base. They have 12 games left with them, so that's a lot of makeup right there.
The 2-2. And Brantley drills it foul. Boy, he hammered that baby. Tigers Twins are in a rain delay, by the way, up in Detroit.
This is a cutter down and in from Herron. A little cut fast. That's about all you can do with it there. If you're going to get the head out, you hit it hard, you're going to hit it foul.
White Sox, who were off last night, at home later tonight against Texas. Brantley with a line drive base hit in the alley. He's going to turn first, head for second. He puts the brakes on because Hunter got to it quickly and uncorked a great throw towards second base. So a leadoff base hit for Brantley.
Good stroke. He got a ball out a little more than where it was when he pulled it. Hunter did a nice job of getting to that ball and cutting it off, and I still thought Michael might try. He had that opportunity. See, this one comes back out over the plate, and he puts a nice swing on it, puts that front foot down and gets the hands through the hitting area.
There's the advantage of having a former center fielder in right.
Yeah.
He's got that great range.
And you see, he was moving into the throw where Trout would have had to come and plant, maybe turn to make the throw. He knows he took the throw, and it was better for him.
Santana, first ball swinging, pops it straight up. 1 down.
Let's take a look at the Home Depot Angels defense behind Herron tonight. It's Trumbo in left, Trout in center, Hunter in right, Kai Espo at third, Ibar at short, Kendrick at second, Pujols at first, Hester behind the plate. More savings, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Here is Casey Kochman. 0 for 3 last night. Herron gets it over for a first pitch strike. Herron steps off. Kansas City, despite the fact that they're 6 games below the break-even mark, they're only 5.5 games out of first. And the Twins, at 34 and 45, they're only 8 games out. They've won 4 in a row. Now, are they truly still within striking distance? You know, based on what we've seen in years past, I guess you can't say they're out of it yet. It's one of those weird years in the Central Division.
They got off to such a bad start, but I'll tell you what. You know they will never quit. That's not in their.
And that leads me to my point, Rick, about geez, so much can still happen between now and the next 20 some odd days with regards to are we in it, are we buying, or are we selling because we're out of it?
But unless someone like Detroit last year, they just took off. And when they did, they didn't stop. And they continued to just play well the rest of the year. I don't see that really happening in the Central this year.
Kochman looks at the ball down low. 2-2.
This is one where if you stick around, you never know what can happen.
The set by Hare and a quick throw over to first, but Brantley able to get back. Another toss. Right now, as we sit here today, the only teams I think you can truly say are going to be selling whatever pieces that they can sell: San Diego, Colorado, Houston, Chicago.
About Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, I think they're on the border. I mean, they've lost 5 straight. They're 11 out.
They certainly have some decisions to make.
Runner goes, and Kochman lines it into left center field, a base hit, but Brantley lost the ball. He picks it up now, and he will get to third. So nothing lost there because he wasn't going to score anyway. But it's just one of those deals where he lost track of it. And once he saw where it dropped, he was still able to get to third easily.
Well, good job. They start the runner, and then all of a sudden Michael was at second base. He just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to catch it. You see, he's off, and by the time he looks up, maybe it was a straight steal and Kochman liked the pitch. But he picked it back up, and then he gets his way to third base, first and third try, but a chance to add on.
Now Shelley Duncan with a runner at third and one out. And he hits one to center field. Trout on the move, makes the catch. Tagging, coming home Brantley. Trout's throw to the plate. Brantley beats it in there for the run. It's 2-0 Cleveland. Duncan picks up his 18th RBI on the year.
Yeah, and the one thing when you play center field, the tough thing is throwing over the pitcher's mound, because what happens a lot of times, that ball hits the upshoot of the back of the pitcher's mound and it'll throw that ball straight up. You've got to make sure you get it right up over that rubber where you're going to get it. That was still a long throw, and Michael Speed beats it in. Duncan, a good job. Sacrifice fly. 2-0 Tribe.
Jack Hanahan takes ball one up and away. And a base hit into the alley. Right center field. Hunter won't cut this one off. Kochman chug-a-lugging away. Coming around third. He's going to be waved home. Here's the throw to the plate. He's safe. The little engine that could. Casey Kochman scores all the way from first on a 2-out RBI double by Jack Hanahan. And it's 3-0 Cleveland.
I'll tell you what, they're putting some good swings together. Hanahan plugs the gap in right center field. And with 2 outs, you have to go ahead and try to send him. No question about it. He goes down and hits a ball into the gap. Hunter thought he was going to cut it off. He didn't. He gets the ball into Kendrick. Kendrick hurries. You can see he's chugging around third. You got to send him, Smitty. Here he comes. He's going to beat the throw. And they get another run.
All right, so with 2 down and a runner at third, Shin-Soo Choo, who tripled his first time up, sends a high fly to left. In comes Trumbo, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. So the Indians continue to swing the bats well here early tonight. They lead it 3-0. later in the game for Miller Time. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Nothing Indians as we go to the third inning. Zach McAllister, a little cushion to work with.
Well, again, we asked him at the end of the game in Baltimore, when they score you runs early.
3-run homer
he says,
early.
Right, you don't, you just take a little bit more of a breath. You don't relax, which I understand that, but it gives you that little comfort zone where you can not have to worry about making big mistakes.
14 out of his last 15 pitches have been strikes in this game. He is really aggressive, getting ahead, throwing quality strikes. And a fastball, I guess a little bit high. 2-1. Right at the shortstop, Cabrera. And he takes care of Kendrick, one away. Well, let's check in. Here's Katie with him.
Well, Matt, great season ticket seats are still available. You can take advantage of it right now with the Indians season ticket guarantee package, which features maximum savings on single game prices on those best seats. For more information, you can log on to Indians.com or call 216-420-HITS.
All right, thanks, Katie. Here's Eric Ibar. Swung on and missed. Ibar 2 for 4 last night. Another guy who got off to a woeful start, batting .330 since the start of June. The Angels' poor start offensively this year cost Mickey Hatcher his job. He was in his 13th year as the Angels hitting coach. But they fired him in the month of May, and former Indians pitcher Jerry DiPoto, who's the general manager with the Angels, says sometimes you just need a new voice. There's a ground ball single in the left field for Ibar, who stays red hot at the plate. First hit of the game. First base runner for the Angels. Tonight's trivia question brought to you by AT&T. He's the first Indians player with 7 straight seasons of 20 or more homers. We'll have the answer coming up later in the game. Angels catcher John Hester and it fouled off the bat, glanced. Hatcher was replaced by Jim Eppard, the AAA hitting coach down in Salt Lake City. Fouled off the mask of Santana. And you know how that goes, Rick. Hatcher been around a long time, and he was a great hitting coach when they won the World Series.
Right. And
it's not like he suddenly became a bad hitting coach, but sometimes it's just you go for a new voice.
Yeah, he took the bullet because they was not hit. They weren't swinging the bats. And, he'd been with Mike Scioscia for so long, and I'm sure Scioscia didn't like it. But, what do? You can't get rid of him.
That's hit down the line, but foul out of play.
And sometimes the patience, the front office, and DiPoto being a new general manager, it was easier for him to say, "Hey, you got to go," than it was, I think, for Scioscia having to get rid of probably a good friend and a guy that would still do the job. That's just the way it works in sports. You can't fire all your players. You got to get rid of a coach and a manager sometimes.
2-strike pitch, swung on and missed. Hester went chasing, and that's out number 2. Third strikeout for Zach McAllister. 2 down here in the third inning.
Well, he got him to chase the slider out of the zone, and Santana did a nice job scooping that ball. So that always helps. That's way off the plate. Hester not even close to that one.
And Rick, just as every player knows there will come a day when you won't be able to play this game any longer, every coach and every manager knows there's an inevitability that one day you're going to be fired.
Well, sure. I mean, that's just the nature of the business, and it doesn't matter what sport you're in. It could be football, basketball, hockey. You move around. Guys manage different teams, but if you're a manager and you've got your guys you trust, you bring them with you everywhere you go and every stop along the way. But that's the one thing about coaching and instructing and managing. You move on. You are hired to get fired. And, nowadays it happens more quickly than it used to.
Yeah.
When you have a term of over 5 or 6 or 7 years, and I think that's a long time. And Mike Scioscia's been there for, 10, 11, 12 years? He's been there quite a while.
Line to center, a base hit, and a good piece of hitting by Trout. There's a reason why he's leading the American League in batting average. It's not by accident. 2 on, 2 out. And bringing up Torrey Hunter.
Well, let's take a look. He got fastballs by him the first time, but you know what? He gets this fastball down a little bit, and he takes it right back up the middle. Remember, he threw the fastball by him to strike him out. And like I said, we'll see the second time through the lineup. Because when you look at McAllister in his start so far this year, the first time through, they're hitting 214, or they were coming into the day. The second time through, they go up to 350.
They were 1 for 9 against him first time through. Torrey Hunter takes a strike, went down swinging his first time up. By the way, it didn't take long for Mickey Hatcher to get a new job. He's a special assistant to the Dodgers general manager now.
Well, he's a baseball guy.
Yeah,
he's going to work. Yep. He knows what he's doing, and he's going to go help somebody else out too. That's how I wanted to finish the conversation. Guys hang around. They'll move on. They love the game. They'll stay in it, stay involved, and help somebody somewhere.
He helped the Dodgers win a world championship as a player back in '88. 2 on, 2 out. Torrey Hunter with an 0-1 count. And McAllister deals. It's hit high in the air, left center. Duncan's there. He's got it. Inning over. Angels strand a pair. We'll go to the bottom of the third. 3-0 Cleveland. He is on top 3-0 as Drupal Cabrera will lead it off. Cabrera grounded out his first time up. Dan Herron shoots for the outside corner but missed.
Yeah, he throws from the extreme side of the first base part of the rubber. He really, when he gets into that windup, I mean, he's barely touching it, so he can try and get that outside corner and also cut it into the left-handers.
Now the 2-1 pitch. And Cabrera swung right through it. As Dribble hits it deep down the right side, but out of play, out in front of it. And he broke his bat. Cabrera might have chased one that time. First strikeout for Dan Herron, 1 down. Injury report brought to you by Elk & Elk. Serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Travis Hafner feels like he'll be ready to rejoin the club hopefully by tomorrow. Jason Kipnis with a ground ball to second. 2 down. That's going to bring up Jose Lopez. Lopez bounced into a double play his first time up. Broke his bat, and a soft liner into center field, a base hit. Gives the Indians a 2-out base runner here in the third.
Well, he gets enough of it. That was a good pitch. Breaks his bat, but off the end, it floats in. Look at Ibar. He thought he was going to have a chance, and that guy's got excellent range. But no, it falls into the outfield. That's the 6th hit for the Indians already.
And here's Michael Brantley, who has one of those 6 hits. Looking for another, but right there to track it down, Howie Kendrick will throw him out. We've played 3. It's the Indians 3 and the Angels nothing. if it's not a player going on the DL, it's their PR director, Bart Swain, who's out 4 to 6 weeks with a broken bone in his foot.
He just wanted to get off the road.
A nasty game of tag with his children has placed him on the disabled list.
All those nice Nike shoes and everything he wears, he had what, flip-flops on?
Well, the Indians will be having to go to the trading deadline looking for a PR guy to pick up some of the slack.
I'll tell you, we may find one. Don't you worry. We'll pick one up.
Oh, boy. Here's Albert Pujols leading off the fourth for the Angels. Grounded to third his first time up. Looks at a ball outside, 2-1. Out of play. Two offering. In the air. Shallow right. Chu broke back, but he's able to get there in time. One away.
Well, you don't want to miss tomorrow night. Sandy Alomar bobblehead giveaway. The first 15,000 fans will take home a bobblehead of Indians Hall of Famer Sandy Alomar. Come on, buy early and save. Log on to Indians.com for your tickets.
Yeah, remember tomorrow, 4 o'clock start.
Right, 4:05 against the Angels tomorrow. That'll wrap up this series. Fireworks night tonight following the ball game. Looks like we've got some people in the seats that are waiting for it, too.
And then we get Tampa for 4. That will take us to the All-Star break. Everybody's just kind of keeping their fingers crossed that the rain will stay away.
It was actually, it's a perfect day when you go and get the rain that we had today, and it clears up for game time because everything needed the water around here, didn't it?
Yeah, I think most people, unless you had a Little League game scheduled this afternoon or something of that nature, I don't think anybody was too sad to see the rain. Although some of the power of the storm was a little much. I'm sure it knocked out some power here and there. Morales cuts and misses. He's down on the count 1-2.
Good slider.
Here's the 1-2. Blew him away with a high fastball. And McAllister is feeling it tonight. 4 strikeouts, 2 down here in the fourth.
I love what he did right there. He went down and in with a slider, and then he follows up that pitch with a good high fastball and gets him to chase it. So he changed the eye level. It was a very nice sequence and gets his 4th strikeout.
Well, second time through the order, as we mentioned early, Rick. You know, he starts working that slider in. Gives the hitter one more thing to worry about. Mark Trumbo fly to right his first time up. Hard ground ball to short. Cabrera is there. He throws. He's got him. And the Angels go 1-2-3 for the 3rd time out of 4 innings tonight. tonight, we want to say a special thanks to Ford for being a partner here at Sports Time Ohio and Indians baseball, and wish happy birthday to Roberta Bass, the wife of Jim Bass. Carlos Santana takes a strike. Popped up on the infield his first time up. Santana, despite popping up in his first time up, has had some success and limited opportunities batting in the 6th hole. 11 for 27 in his career, batting 6th. That's up the middle. Herron had trouble finding the handle on it, but he's able to throw him out. 1 away.
Well, in his last start, he went 8 innings against the Indians, gave up only 4 hits. The Indians have done a much better job. They have 3 runs and 6 hits in this ball game, and we're in the 4th.
Well, you know, Rick, after the game last night, Manny Acta said the one thing he was not happy about is that he felt they chased some bad pitches from Jared Weaver and
early.
You know, swinging at his pitch as opposed to getting the pitch you want to swing at.
Early in the at-bat, and he was right. There was a couple times that a lot of guys swung at that first pitch breaking ball and gave him an easy out on a first pitch curve.
Kochman, a single and a run scored his first time up. 1-1 the count. Over the mound, up the middle. What a play by Ibar. You want to talk about range. He was on the second base side of the bag when he flagged that down and throws him out.
Yeah, he really went to his glove hand and to his left. Watch. And it's an easier play because his momentum's carrying him that way on the throw. If Kendrick makes that play, he's got to either throw it with his momentum taking him to the outfield. I don't know if he's going to be able to stop and plant and throw there, but it was a very nice play.
2 down now for Shelley Duncan, who drove in a run with a sacrifice fly his first time up. There's a long fly ball deep left field. Trumbo looking up. It is gone to Souvenir City. Shelley Duncan's 7th home run of the season makes it 4-0 Cleveland. And for Shelley Duncan, his 2nd run batted in tonight.
Well, he picked on a little. I think that was a cutter. And that's a cutter that just stayed right there. And Shelley jumped all over it. That's the 16th home run given up by Herron, a solo shot. And for Duncan, his 7th home run. And that makes it a 4-0 ball game. Another way to swing it.
And a big 2-out hit. Now Jack Hanahan fouls one out of play. Hanahan with a 2-out RBI double his last time up. Nobody loves those 2-out RBI hits more than Bruce Fields, the hitting coach.
Well, that's 39 runs now with 2 outs and nobody on this year. They've scored 349. It may not seem like a lot, but boy, those are one where a pitcher has a chance to get out of the inning and boom. Next thing you know, you're on the board.
Seemed like early on that accounted for almost 50% of their runs scored.
It did early
and you
on.
knew it wasn't going to last. Tough to go through an entire season at that kind of a rate.
Yeah, I mean, those are like bonus runs. You don't expect to get those, and any time you do, it certainly helps.
Herron with a 1-2. Hanahan shoots it to left. Long run for Trumbo. The big guy on the move. He slides. And he hangs on for out number 3. Nice play by the all-star outfielder for the Angels. But Shelley Duncan's solo dinger has the Tribe on top 4-0. You by Panini's with 17 locations in Northeast Ohio. By Levin's, home of the Sealy Posturepedic mattress made right here in Northeast Ohio. And by KiaCleveland.com. Well, it's a beautiful night down here at the ballpark, and the Indians with a 4-0 lead as we go to the 5th inning. Alberto Callaspo to lead it off, and a strike from McAllister. Missed outside with it.
Well, he hasn't missed very often because 34 of his 46 pitches are strikes.
His fastball tonight has had good life, and he's been able to throw it very effectively up above the belt.
12 of 15. I like that. I think pitching coaches love that stat there.
And a slider. Nice job of hitting by Callaspo. He went down and got it. And a leadoff single. First time the Angels get their leadoff man aboard here tonight. Our minor league report brought to you by University Hospitals. Jesus Aguilar last night in a big 11-1 win. Went 4 for 5 with 2 home runs. He'll play in that Futures game Sunday in Kansas City. And Howie Kendrick takes a strike. Shoots it out of play.
I want to send a happy birthday to Audra Stanford, turning 88 today from, I think it's Southington, Ohio. Happy birthday.
Kendrick out of play again. Twins and Tigers still in a rain delay in Detroit. Kansas City out to a 3-0 lead over Toronto. They're in the 4th inning. White Sox and White Sox and Rangers just about set to get underway in Chicago. Breaking ball fouled away. Kendrick's wearing out that right side for foul balls.
Well, he has that style swing, where he doesn't try to pull the ball. That's what makes him such a good hitter.
But he did get a hanging breaking ball last night that he was able to hit for a home run. He pulled to left.
Speed up a guy's bat that stays on the ball. When you hang one, he puts that natural swing on it, and you let him turn on the baseball, and he can hit it a long way. When he first came up with the Angels, people thought this guy was going to be a batting champion. They kept saying this guy's a good enough hitter. But when you see the breaking ball and it stays on the inside part of the plate, they can do some damage to it. He's still a very good hitter. But they really put some big things and expectations on him when he was first called up. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't this guy signed by Kochman's dad as well?
Line drive, base hit to right field. He was.
That's the stroke right there that makes you a good average hitter. So it's back-to-back singles here in the 5th. So that second time through, they already have 3 hits. I mean, watch, he stays inside the ball so well. And he tried that. That was a fastball you're going to try and run in. That's what he can do to the fastballs. That's why that pitch before, when we showed you the replay of last night, you throw him the breaking ball and he'll take you deep if you hang it. So a good approach, a good swing, and then they have a start to this 5th inning.
Eric Ibar base hit his first time up. I wonder though, Rick, and Howie Kendrick. I'm not using him as the poster child for this, but he's a young player who obviously learned that approach as a young player. There seems to be a vacuum right now of power hitters. I mean, good old-fashioned bombers in the game. Do you think there are a lot more guys taught at a young age that style of inside-out hitting now than there were in years past? Just as a teaching mechanism at yet a young age?
I don't know. Sometimes, hitters
seem like there are more guys who are prone to go inside-out, take that base hit, as opposed to the good old-fashioned, I might strike out 150 times, but I'm swinging for the fences. Well,
that's the way the game is now. They don't care if you strike out, but they'd rather see you stay inside the baseball, drive it to right center field, or hit the ball out the opposite way. There's just much more instruction to staying on the ball.
Angels threatening their first 2 on here. Nobody out. Line to third. Hanahan's got it. No play at second base.
Ooh, that would have been close. Looked like they possibly had a double play. I don't know if he was in the view of Hanahan to throw it to Kipnis. I don't know if Kipnis could have gotten there to get the double play. You see he's off the bag. Now he comes into play. That's pretty good recognition by Callaspo to get back, but a lot of times a guy will take the chance to throw it to his guy. Obviously, Jack felt, something wasn't right. But they do get the first out.
I almost think, Rick, had he known Callaspo was going to dive back into the bag, he'd have made the throw. But when he first cocked his arm, Callaspo was standing up and was in his throwing lane. And he thought, if he doesn't go down, I might hit him with this throw, so I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, when in doubt, that's right.
John Hester struck out his first time up.
That's tough recognition as a base runner. When you see that ball on the line, everybody wants to get a head start and start running. When you have to make sure that ball's not going to be caught because you're down 4 runs.
Boy, and McAllister comes right back and gets 2 quick strikes on John Hester. He struck him out his first time up, got him to chase one out of the strike zone. Going out there again. Up and away.
Well, he was able to get him to chase that slider the first time out of the strike zone.
Tried to get him to chase the fastball away that time. He's able to lay off. Ground ball to third.
Double
Hanahan to second. No, he throws it away.
Oh,
and the Angels are going to get on the board with at least one run, and they hold the second runner at third base.
Boy, that is too bad. That is a double play ball out of the inning.
Wow, I don't know what happened there. He missed
it
either. By a mile.
I mean, that's a no-brainer, just one that got away from him, and I can't believe it. You want to talk about a rarity, and here it is. I mean, it's tailor-made. Right there, and not even close to Kipnis. They get a run. They'll go to second and third. So now we'll see if Zach McAllister can pitch around the error. Take a deep breath, because you're going back to the top of the lineup now. That hurts.
And now Mike Trout 1 for 2 on the night. Takes a strike.
You know, now it's just a matter of minimizing the damage that can take place.
Driven deep down the right field line, slicing, foul. Woo. Not by much.
Well, you can see the power this young man has. He waited and let that fastball track deep, and he smokes it a long way down the right field line. You'll see it cut in front of that foul pole right at the last second. And that had the distance.
And now Santana's going to go out and talk with McAllister. Mike Trout, the 20-year-old all-star for the Angels, his dad was a professional baseball player. He was a fifth-round pick of the Minnesota Twins back in 1983. And Dad hit .303 in 4 minor league seasons, but his career stalled out in Double-A. So he had some realistic expectations, even though he recognized at a young age that young Mike had tremendous ability. But what has happened this year is beyond their wildest dreams. Missed inside with it. Close pitch. 1-2.
Well, that's okay. You go in, make him conscious of the whole plate, and he did. That fastball away, and he sinks one in there. I think it looked like a changeup, but it goes down and in. A close pitch, but he went in. And he's saying, get your leads. Let's go. Give me a secondary lead. You talk about aggressive. He's telling his base runners, get off the bases. Don't stay put. They're playing back. They're looking for an out.
Well, Hester is the catcher. He's at second base, so you know he wants him to get a big secondary lead. Oh, just missed a little bit inside, and it's 2-2.
Well, he's got a good eye. I mean, now he goes inside with the good fastball and misses in off the plate. So he was down on the 0-2. He had a couple pitches to work with. He just missed 2 good pitches.
Slider got him to pull it foul. Second and third, 1 out. Angels now on the board. And then McAllister, who should have been out of the inning with a double play ball, is really having to grind through it now. The 2-2. Full count. Torrey Hunter waiting on deck.
Yeah, don't give in and just throw him a fastball to get him out there. You still have first base open.
And McAllister, who was just cruising along, is now up to 70 pitches on the night. He's over 25 on this inning alone. The 3-2. Drilled deep and gone.
Threw him a changeup, man. Sped up the bat.
That ties the game at 4. Mike Trout with a 3-run homer right down the line, just inside the foul pole. His 10th home run of the year. And the all-star outfielder has just knotted this game up. So you go from a double play ball to get out of the inning to a 4-run inning for the Angels.
Yeah, I'm not really sold on the pitch selection there on the changeup. If you're going to get beat, you have first base open. If you're going to get beat with the breaking ball, go with a breaking ball down and see if you can get him to chase. He hung a changeup, and it was in, and he speeds up his bat, and he hit the 3-run homer, or go with a high fastball. But with that ball out of the park, it's a new ball game, and it gives the Angels life. And boy, I'll tell you talk about sucking the energy out of a crowd.
There's a blooper. Chu slides to make the catch, 2 down. It's going to bring up Albert Pujols, 0 for 2 on the night.
Let's check this pitch out. Changeup. He's going to try and run one back in, but it stays middle of the plate. The one he went 0-2 was in off the plate, which is good. You showed him one already in that at bat. But as we told you many times before, when you see balls middle of the plate made by pitchers, they get hit hard sometimes, and that one was.
That's smashed and gone. Angels take the lead. Albert Pujols, 13th home run of the year, and a 5-run 5th for the Angels.
Well, he's going to elevate this fastball, and Pujols gets on top of it and hits it a long way. This is a guy that can, and he did. So it's a 5-run 5th here for the Angels. Boy, and you see the one mistake. It happens a lot of times with young pitchers. If you can pick that defense up, they haven't been able to do it. Zach, you feel sorry for him. Had the opportunity, just hasn't been able to do it. And he needs to just get in there and take a breather and think about it. But you need one more out.
The 0-2. Up and in. McAllister, the 8th man to bat in the inning. The 1-2 to center. That's going to drop a base hit. And McAllister having a tough time getting that 3rd out now. 5th hit he's allowed in the inning.
Well, that inning, sometimes it snowballs away from a young pitcher, and it has in this inning.
Browns 1-on-1 returns Thursday when Jim Donovan sits down with Browns quarterback Brandon Weeden. How's the rookie adjusting to the pro game? Find out Thursday at 6 right here on STO.
Well, after the Hanahan error, it's taken McAllister 17 pitches to try and get out of this inning. He hasn't been able to do it. It's caused him 2 home runs and a single.
Well, the ninth man to bat is Mark Trumbo. "80 pitches now on. He's made 36 in this inning alone. And Esmail Rogers is up in the bullpen. Trumbo looks at a strike. Fouled back by Trumbo, and it's 0-2. One ball, two strikes. It's almost as if, as this inning is unraveled, the clouds have darkened around Progressive Field.
Yeah, Trout brought him in with that 3-run homer to tie the game.
Trumbo strikes out, but that's of little consolation to Zach McAllister. The Angels strike for 5 in the 5th. They now lead it by a run. Top of the order coming up, Shin-Soo Choo, is Drupal Cabrera, Jason Kipnis. Dan Herron must feel like he's been given a reprieve big time. He was down 4-0, and the Angels had exactly 2 hits through the first 4 innings.
Well, they've averaged him 6 runs a game in his last 4 starts, and, you know, that's what's been doing. He's been giving up a lot of runs, but he's been getting a lot of runs.
So he doesn't feel like he's got new life. He just feels like this is par for the course.
Way to go, boys. I knew you were going to do it. In his last start at Toronto, he gave up 6 runs in 6 innings pitched. Well, he ended up leaving that ball game up 8-6. Indians had a 4-0 lead, and what do? They throw a 5-spot up for him, you know, in the 5th. So now he's got a lead. If he can tighten it down for a couple more innings, that's what he's trying to do. But the Indians are going to have to come back and throw a little power punch of their own. You've got it. See if you can respond to that 5-run inning. It was the error that opened it up, and it snowballed and got away from from McAllister. So get a run, come back, and then do your own thing. There you go.
Chu crushes one into the gap in right center field. Trout runs it down, but Chu is easily into second base with a leadoff double. So he has tripled and now doubled on the night.
That's what I'm talking about. Do your own thing here. Come right back and respond. Pick your teammates up. And Chu does just that. The leadoff double. As long as you can respond to a big inning like that, it says something about you. Trout cuts it off, not before Chu can get into second base. Now it's up to Cabrera and Kipnis to try and get him home. Look at Herron. Now he's losing a little faith. Now you got to get after him.
And the Angels bullpen is busy because Mike Scioscia has watched his offense come from behind. He's not about to watch Dan Herron give it all back. As Drupal Cabrera 0 for 2. Looks at ball one.
They have twice as many hits in his start now. Takahashi up in that Angels bullpen than they did in his first start against them. They only had 4 in 8 innings. They have 8 hits in 4 innings this time. And they've hit him hard. They've got 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run.
And there's Drupal Cabrera 0 for his last 6 offensively. Pulls it foul. And as Drupal has batted .323 on the year with a runner in scoring position. Down and in. 3 balls and a strike. Wind is now blowing straight in from right field.
It turned
That's
after Murph
very unusual.
Sure it is, because Murph told us it's out on the lake. It won't be here.
Well, it might be spinning back around.
Yeah, and the wind is turned completely opposite.
The pitch. And Cabrera fouls it away. Look at the trees out in center field.
I'd rather not.
Wind really picking up, and I mean big time.
They got all the boys over there closing those windows in the media section.
The writers are
Teen
batting
Wolf,
down the hatches fast.
Teen Wolf had his paw out there trying to close it.
Can't get that fur wet. The good ship Wahoo in peril here in the bottom of the 5th. Cabrera pops it up. Shallow left. Going out is
Keep
Ibar.
running. You never know in this
makes
wind.
the catch. 1 away. Our great clip of the game last night. How about this play by Jason Kipnis? Bare hand grab and throw without an instant to spare. Got him by a whisker. Great clips. It's going to be great. Now we'll see if Kipnis can deliver with the bat. He did his first time up. He laced a single into center field to drive in Chu with the game's first run. If he can drive him in here, we tie it up, but they're going to put him on and pitch to Jose Lopez. Lopez, who singled his last time up, will get an opportunity to bat. Part of the thinking from Mike Scioscia might simply be due to the fact that the Indians' 4-hole hitter this year, regardless of who it is, that spot in the batting order is the lowest of any spot in the Indians' order. The average on the year for the cleanup hitter for the Indians is .222.
Well, they just have to be setting up the double play in this situation, walking him intentionally. And say, all right, Dan Herron, go get him. And if he doesn't, then he'll have his left-hander ready, I would think, for Brantley. But does he pull him in the 5th inning when you have a 1-run lead?
Unless he knows something about the weather that we don't. The pitch. Called a strike. Lopez, a double play ball to end the first inning. He singled with 2 outs and the bases empty in the third. A little bit high, 1-1. Lopez has driven in 26 runs this year. And that's not bad considering he hasn't played a whole heck of a lot of baseball compared to some of the other Indians in the lineup. Fair ball down the left field line. Into the corner it goes. Chu will score the tying run. Kipnis into third will stop with the go-ahead run. And Jose Lopez with an RBI double to left. His second hit of the night has tied the game up at 5. And Shin-Soo Choo coming home. Kipnis stopping at third, and so Mike Scioscia's strategy backfires.
Sure does. He comes down with that slider. He wanted him to try and roll over on it, and he hit it right down the line. Kai Espo couldn't get it. It goes down the left field line. Go for a double. And that's Herron. He is going to be out of the ball game after 4 1/3. Chu comes in to score. Kipnis to third. And back come the Indians. That's a nice response right there.
Early exit for Herron. We're back to even at 5 apiece.
Still runners at second and third and 1 out. And you want to buy your tickets early and save on seats for fireworks this Friday. Celebrating with baseball against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a 7:05 start. Fireworks will be set to the music from your favorite superheroes after the ball game. Log on to Indians.com for Friday night. And that will lead us into the All-Star break. So you have them tonight. You'll have fireworks Friday night. And you got Takahashi coming on, the left-hander for the Angels for the 27th time. 0-2, 4.33 ERA in his 27 innings, 24 strikeouts, giving up 25 hits. He's going to end up facing Michael Brantley. You have runners at second and third, and it looks like the infield is going to play in here, Matt. Try and cut off the run at home plate.
Only 69 pitches for Dan Herron tonight. Disappointing start for him.
That's as good as I've ever seen the Indians hit him. Where they hit him well tonight, and they hit him hard and often. 3 doubles, triple, home run, and 9 hits.
All right, so here comes Brantley. 1 out of 2 on the night. He singled and scored back in the second inning. Cut of the grass around the horn for the Halos defensively. Outfield straight up and fairly deep. Kipnis the go-ahead run at third. Lopez at second. And a first pitch strike. Missed inside with it. 1-1 to count. No, nice thing with the infield drawn in like this for Jose Lopez, the runner at second base. He can get off as far as that shortstop is. He can walk almost all the way out there to where he's at.
Well, he can't go anywhere until he sees the ball get through the infield. You know, you can't force the runner. Kipnis will get a good read. And Michael didn't like that call, slider away. He's got a pretty good eye of the plate. And I got to tell you, as soon as that ball went away, he says, "There's no way."
Oh,
and I have to agree with it. That is not a strike. See, that's the one you got to protect for now. If he called that, and you also got to be ready for that one he could possibly throw inside. But if he's called that last one.
Bouncer to first, fair ball. Tags the bag, comes home with the throw, pulls him off the bag.
Yeah.
Scoring against Kipnis. Now here comes Lopez. Throw! And he dropped the ball! Lopez scores! The Indians score 2 after the second out of the inning was recorded.
Well, I will tell you what, it looked like Pujols stepped on the bag.
He did.
The play made was by Jason Kipnis. It goes to show you what speed can do. He stepped on the bag, and then Pujols thought he could throw it home. I'll tell you what, he couldn't get Jason Kipnis, and by the time they flipped the ball to Takahashi, Lopez is going to kick it out of his glove. Great hustle right there by Kipnis. Here comes the throw. It's in time. He puts the glove down, and the knee knocks the ball out of the glove. They score a pair and have a 7-5 lead. How about this play? Beautiful hustle by Kipnis. He's in the way. Takahashi has him. Knocks it out of his glove. Nicely done.
Now Carlos Santana swing and a miss. Well, I'm assuming the error will be charged to Pujols there.
No, it's got to be to the pitcher.
Yeah.
He had it knocked out of his glove.
No. Pujols' throw went by.
I got you. You're right.
So
You're
that's
right. I'm
error.
sorry. He stepped on first. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, Brantley gets an RBI. And then Lopez scores on the error by Pujols. But, boy, just great hustle, as you pointed out. Great hustle all the way around.
It sure was. Not many guys can beat that throw home like that.
Carlos Santana, 0 for 2 on the night. Almost chased one in the dirt. But, you know, here's where you give credit to those guys on that Indians bench in that dugout, because that was a brutal inning. They gave up 5 runs. Zach McAllister ends up going from sitting pretty to giving up 5 runs, and all of a sudden from a 4-0 lead to a 5-4 deficit.
Yes,
and they come right back in. Chu gets the leadoff double. They go to work. They hustle, and
you get 3 runs on the board.
Right back in front.
You answer that 5 spot, and you put 3 on. And, you know, all you were looking for was hopefully one to just stop the bleeding of the momentum, and they certainly they've done more than that. You knock their pitcher out. You get into their bullpen now. And I'll tell you what, no telling what's going to take place in the last 4 innings of this game.
And a full count now for Santana. The 3-2 hit off the end of the bat by Santana. Foul. Jason Kipnis coming around with that go-ahead run, and then Lopez scoring behind him. Santana fouls it, third base side.
Well, that was going to be his fastball he was going to see in this bat. He's going to come back with a changeup. That was good hustle by Lopez, as picking up the baseball and still coming around after Kipnis scored. It was a gamble, but it paid off. I still like the hustle involved there. Put the pressure on the defense.
Santana draws a walk, keeps the inning alive.
I mean, keep your eye on Kipnis now. He was off and running on that ball hit by any rights, and he made it easily. I think he surprised Pujols. The catcher Esther came down, made a nice play to get the ball to Takahashi. But I give Lopez credit because he just kept coming right around and fouled him. Even if he was out, it would have been a good play.
Yeah, you've already got the lead in that point. You might as well try to push it.
Just go ahead and you push it. That's the time you can afford to do it.
Casey Kochman looks at the ball in the dirt. Kochman, the 7th man to bat in the inning now for the Indians. Call to strike. Waved at it. And now Kochman down on the count, of ball and 2 strikes. Book closed officially on Dan Herron. 7 runs, 6 earned in 4 1/3 innings of work tonight. Ground ball to the right side. Kendrick flips it over in the inning. Comes to an end. The Indians rally back with 3 here in the 5th, and they now lead it 7-5.
Today's lucky $25 Indians Fun Money. Dave, how's the view from up here?
Fantastic. Seats couldn't be better. Great.
Love it. We're having a good time.
Absolutely.
You can have a good time too. All you have to do is buy tickets to sit in the Subway Extreme Fan Zone. Subway, where winners eat. Matt, Rick, we'll send it back over to you guys.
All right, thanks, Katie. Batten down the hatches, folks. The wind is a whipping down here at the ballpark, blowing straight in from center field. Alberto Callaspo will lead off the 6th inning. And McAllister, a first pitch strike, and now Callaspo, like a couple of the Indians hitters, looking back at Bob Davidson.
Bob's
like,
looking up in the sky, and he
me?
says, you know what? It looks like rain. We better get this thing in.
Well, that 5th inning alone took 40 minutes to play. As Cayaspo lines it into right field, another base hit. This guy is swinging a hot stick. That's his second hit tonight, third hit in the series. Our game recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Mike Trout with a 3-run homer just inside the foul pole down the left field line. Albert Pujols with a solo blast, a 5-run fifth for the Angels, overcoming a 4-run deficit. And then the Indians come right back, scoring 2 runs on this RBI ground out by Michael Brantley. The second one is Jose Lopez hustles in. Find out about more than 30 Toyota offers available now at buyatoyota.com. In the first 4 innings, McAllister and Herron combined for 84 pitches. In the 5th inning alone, McAllister, Herron, and the Takahashi combined for 73.
Well,
just a crazy turn of events.
And there were a lot of balls hit hard, too, in that 5th inning. 8 runs scored by both clubs.
The error that proved costly on the double play that wasn't turned.
Yeah, that's the one that really hurt. But I'll tell you what, I give the Indians credit. They came right back.
Double play ball possibly. Cabrera to Kipnis. On to first. They turn 2.
That's exactly what he was looking for, and there it is. A nice slider. That looked like it was a little tighter. It was down and away. He got Kendrick to roll over on it. And Cabrera gives it to Kipnis, and they turn the double play.
That's his team-leading 12th double play that he's grounded into.
Well, that was a good pitch. It was a tight slider.
Ground ball headed up the middle. Kipnis with a great backhand. Off balance throw on the money. Oh, Jason Kipnis has snubbed this. Terrific hustle here by Kipnis.
Well, there you go. Nice job, kid. Way to go. Went out there and gave him the 6th. So now it's time to go to the bullpen.
Well, here the Indians will come to bat with Shelley Duncan, Jack Hanahan, and Shin-Soo Choo. Duncan, a solo homer his last time up. Trying to go deep again. Back is Trumbo on the track. Now he'll come in and make the catch.
That wind pushing it knocked it down.
And we'll send it back to the studios. Hopefully this doesn't get knocked down by the wind. Here's Al Pawlowski.
Big Al never gets knocked down.
All righty, fellas. Hey, Matt and Rick. Chicago greeting Roy Oswalt very rudely tonight. Adam Dunn with his 25th homer in the first inning. The White Sox with 4 in the first, 3 in the second. They lead the Rangers now 7-0 heading to the top of the third inning. Back to you.
Might have wanted to knock down that update, though.
Yeah, boy, the Rangers came in 50 wins on the season.
Well, they were. Who were they pitching? Roy Oswalt against the White Sox, huh?
Right back to the screen. Good rip by Hanahan. Jack an RBI double back in the second inning. Fly to left his last time up. Isanori Takahashi, left-hander. Very deliberate in that windup, as so many of the Japanese pitchers are.
Always a little bit of a hesitation.
A little hitch somewhere.
In the windup, in the turn, some way, shape, or form, they're going to have a pause there.
Strikes him out. 2 down. Sometimes I'm not sure if it's purely for deception, and if it's not just a mechanical checkpoint that they get used to doing over the years, and it just becomes part of their routine. All right, who was it, Rick?
First Indians player, 7 straight. Let's go with the none other than the best gentleman in the world, Mr. Larry Doby. Look at number retired on this day in 1994, and this weekend on Friday. You know, Eagle Avenue will be named Larry Doby Street, so they're going to have a ceremony taking place out here after a game, and what a guy he was.
Larry Doby signed on this day in 1947. Made his debut 2 days later, just a few weeks after Jackie Robinson had broken through in the National League.
First one in the American League. Broke the barrier here, and, you know, he's overshadowed by Jackie, but certainly baseball people that have been around, they know Larry Doby was truly a pioneer in his own right.
The 2-1. Taken for a strike.
As a matter of fact, Mudcat Grant's going to be out here on Friday, too. He and I think Doby's Jr. will be throwing out the first pitch. We'll have to see if we get a chance to see chin music.
Chew, no music for him. Indians go 1-2-3 through 6, 7-5 drive.
Park the rest of the week for you. Make sure you get here early on the 4th of July tomorrow, as the first 15,000 fans through the gates will take home your very own Sandy Alomar Jr. bobblehead presented by Meritech. And then on Thursday, we've got Sugardale Dollar Dog Night going on. Dollar hot dogs all around. If you don't have your tickets yet, log on Indians.com. Get all the information there. Guys, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Katie. 7-5 Indians, 7th inning. Tribe goes to the bullpen, and Joe Smith coming on.
Smitty slated to pitch the 7th for the 38th time. 5-2 record. Coming on to face 9-1-2 in the Angels lineup as Aaron Cunningham goes into the ball game to left field.
John Hester looks at a first pitch strike. And it's quickly 0-2. Ran it in on him. And he fights it off to stay alive as LaTroy Hawkins loosens for the Angels. It would appear that we are just on the edge of all the bad weather.
Well, it started to rain. A lot of people went for cover.
High chopper off the plate.
Smitty will get him.
Fires the first, then he gets Hester for out number 1.
Joe Smith, pretty good athlete on the mound. He didn't, rush. He knew who was running. That's the old Baltimore chop. Got his feet set, and he realized that he had enough time to get the catcher. So that's out number 1.
It's like catching a fly ball. He went back to his spot, got set.
He's probably the best fielding pitcher the Indians have, without a doubt. And he'll be the first to tell you that, too. I'm just kidding him there.
That'll even it up. Beats it into the ground. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball up the middle. Cabrera scoops it up, throws over, and he gets the speedy Trout for out number 2.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You better make sure you get rid of it quickly, because this guy can get down the line. He made sure he was in front of it to throw across, and he gets Trout at first base.
Now Torrey Hunter. He hits a hard ground ball right at Cabrera. And as Drubel easily throws him out. A good, strong 1-2-3 inning for Joe Smith on 9 pitches. Stretch time in Cleveland, brought to you by the Cleveland Clinic. Join the free walking program, Let's Move It. Mondays at Progressive Field and Cleveland Metro Park Zoo. Visit letsmoveit.org for more information. Indians, bottom of the 7th inning. As we get a look in from our Panini's camera, stop by and get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. The ageless one, LaTroy Hawkins, now on for the Angels.
Well, they got a couple of veterans in that bullpen. Takahashi is one. Hawkins is definitely one. Then you got Isringhausen as well. So those are the veterans coming out of Mike Scioscia's pen.
Hawkins is 39. Isringhausen also 39. And
Yeah.
Takahashi, you mentioned, is 37.
Those are wily old veterans, I would think. They fall into that category. I remember Hawkins with the Twins for years, and he still has a good arm. Still gets it up there 92-ish.
This guy's had historically just had a rubber arm, and he actually was on the DL this year because he got hit, trying to field a ground ball, and he broke a finger on his right hand. The injury happened on May 6th in Toronto, fielding a ground ball in the last play of the game. Just came back off the DL June 9th, missed 30 games, but this is his 9th team in 18 major league seasons. Here's the 1-2. A little bit high, 2 balls, 2 strikes. To first base, and Pujols with the flip to Hawkins for out number 1. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Brantley with a ground ball to first. Pujols stepped on the bag to force him out. Kipnis scored. The throw gets away, and then Lopez bangs it loose out of the glove of Takahashi. Indians get 2 to take a 7-5 lead in the game.
Yeah, that was a great jump by Kipnis. And then Lopez comes in, knocked it out. That's the difference of the ball game right there. Those 2 runs. Jason Kipnis just seems to do everything in the game well. He's really turning into a good second baseman. He hits the ball the other way. He can hit for a little power. He can run the bases. He's got good speed.
Boy, you read all these stories in the papers and online about guys who got snubbed for the All-Star team. Nobody seems to mention the fact that Kipnis, has a legitimate case too.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that the people, they don't recognize him. I don't know why, but I'll tell you what, let him keep playing the way he is, and believe me, they're going to know about Jason Kipnis because he is flying under the radar but having a heck of a year. You can see he uses the whole field. And don't be surprised to see him off and running if he gets a jump and he picks on Hawkins' move.
Jose Lopez 2 for 3.
Only been caught 1 time, and that was on a hit and run. It wasn't on a steal attempt.
Lopez fights it off and foul into the seats. That was bearing in on him. 0-1. Now Lopez into that cleanup spot tonight has responded with 2 hits, an RBI, and a run scored. He did not go, and count 1-1. Light rain falling. It's been dancing all around downtown Cleveland here tonight. We understand that out in Ashtabula they've been hit with some heavy storms tonight. High and foul and out of play. Kipnis will draw another throw. Pitch out.
Nice.
He's got him thinking about him.
Nice. You see, right there, what LaTroy Hawkins did on that pitch out, it's almost like he gave a slide step. And when you're pitching out, you want to have the same delivery so that base runner thinks you're doing the same thing. He was quicker to home plate on that one, on the pitch out, than he was on a normal delivery. So if you're a base runner, you might be able to pick that up. See that?
Here he goes, and Lopez shoots it into right field, a base hit. Kipnis on his way to third, and he'll go in there standing.
Nicely done, and that's when you run after the pitch out. You know they're not going to do it twice, and Lopez just goes ahead and follows him up. Kendrick vacated second base, and that was a good pitch. He shatters his bat, but Kipnis had a very good jump, and look at, he just follows his base runner, able to get him all the way to third base, and there's another big run out there for the Tribe.
Well, it's a 3-hit game for Jose Lopez, who's going to continue to push for more playing time. Michael Brantley, 1 for 3. A single, a ribby, and a run scored. Missed down low with it. Ground ball to short. It came up and bit Ibar, but he gets to force it second for out number 2. But Kipnis scores, and it's now an 8-5 Indians lead. So a defensive miscue cost the Angels a run here. They could have been out of the inning if Ibar comes up with that cleanly.
Well, it takes a big hop, and it jumps up into the chest of Ibar. And then, you know what? They can only go for one. So that's another big run for the Indians right there. They're 8th of the game. And they would have had to turn it, to get Brantley, but you have to field it cleanly first. He cannot. Makes it an 8-5 ball game.
Now Carlos Santana. Runner goes. Brantley
pitch.
Swipes it cleanly. His 10th of the year.
He picked the right pitch, Matt. He picked the curve ball and took off, and Brantley gets it. That's his 10th. Look at the good jump and also the good pitch.
Down on the dirt. You can see the rain falling. Santana and the Indians up 8-5 here in the bottom of the 7th. They've out-hit the Angels 11-8. Well, Troy Hawkins delivers the 2-0, and it's up high. 3 balls, no strikes. Right-hander loosening. It's 3-0 to Santana. Santana looks at a strike. Brantley at second base with 2 down. 3-1 to Santana. Pop foul and out of play. Brown's crew is perched behind the tarp, which would indicate that either the heavy stuff isn't here yet or it's going to continue to do this for a while.
It looks like it's going to do it for a while.
Santana awaits the 3-2 pitch. And a ground ball to second. Kendrick will throw him out, and that will end the inning. The Indians get a big insurance run, lead at 8-5 as we go to the 8th.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Hi, we're back here at Progressive Field where we have a pretty good downpour at the moment. But they're going to try to play through it as we go to the 8th inning. Indians in command at the moment, 8-5. Vinny Pistano coming on now to work for the Indians. Pistano will be on for the 35th time this year. And he'll be looking at the 3, 4, and 5 hitters.
Well, they have it set up the way they wanted. Manny was able to get the 7th inning from Joe Smith. They added 1 run there. You turn it over to Pistano. And if need be, they have Chris Perez in the wings waiting.
And Pujols pops the first pitch in the air. The second baseman, Kipnis, comes back in on the dirt. Snow cones it and hangs on. Boy, between the wind, Rick, that is whipping straight in from center field and the rain, and Jerry Lane looks at the tarp and says, you know what, pull it, boys, that's enough. So we have officially gone into a rain delay after that play right there, with one out here in the 8th inning. And as much as you hate to see it, this big crowd here, they want to see fireworks after the ball game. This is the right decision because it is pouring down rain right now. And we go into a rain delay brought to you by your Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. Folks will head for cover. The grounds crew doing a great job to quickly get the tarp on the field, and that is always extremely important in these situations because if they don't, then you get water accumulating in a hurry, you get puddles, and then the field becomes an issue. But
they have a lot more to work on if they don't get it covered, but these guys are great at what they do.
So, unfortunately, we go into rain delay mode with the Indians on top, 8-5 and one out here in the top of the 8th inning. Stay tuned for they deliver that to Vinny Pistano, we'll be underway.
As of right now, it looks like it's about a 44-minute rain delay, depending on when Vinny gets ready to throw that first pitch.
It didn't mess around when it started coming down, did it?
No, and you know what? They did the right thing. They covered the field. It would have been a mess. They would have had to stop it anyway, and now they're ready to go. They didn't have to do a whole lot of work on the field, and we're ready to go, and we're in the top half of the 8th inning.
And we're back to play, and Vinny Pistano picks up where he left off, firing a strike to Kendry Morales. It is officially a 44-minute rain delay. And Pistano fires. Morales goes the opposite way. It's in the alley, and it's extra bags. And one hops the fence. And Morales pulls into second base with a double, his second hit of the night. Here's our highlight reel brought to you by your Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. Shelley Duncan with a solo blast in the 4th inning made it 4-0 Indians. But in the 5th, a nightmarish inning. Mike Trout a 3-run homer. Albert Pujols a solo shot. A 5-run 5th. It was 5-4 Angels. But the Indians would tie it, take the lead on that slide by Kipnis. And the next man comes home is Lopez, who kicked the ball out of the glove of Takahashi. 7-5 Tribe. They added a run in the 7th. It's an 8-5 Indians lead here in the 8th inning. Mark Trumbo tried to hold up. Did he go? No, says Jim Wolf. Trumbo 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out his last time up. And the pitch outside 2-0. And the 2-0 fouled away.
This is the guy that puts a big swing on the ball. Boy, he has the count in his favor. Had a good rip there at Pistano. Fouled it off.
Elsewhere in the Central Division, the White Sox are absolutely pasting the Texas Rangers 16-0 in the 6th inning. Swung on and missed. The count is 2-2. That is some kind of beating they're put on Roy Oswalt and the Rangers. Twins and Tigers, a back-and-forth game there. It's now 6-all. They're in the 4th inning in Detroit. Toronto beat Kansas City 6-3. 2-2, popped him up right field. Chu coming in now, makes the catch. 2 down. And that'll bring up Alberto Callaspo. You think about that 3-game series the Indians had in Chicago earlier this year, where the White Sox scored, 9 or more in all 3 games.
Right.
You don't feel so bad now. If it can happen to Texas.
Well, it can happen to everybody. It's going to happen to everybody at one point in time during the course of the year where you're just going to, doesn't matter what you do, you run into a team that's like a buzzsaw.
Pistano with a 1-0. Painted the outside corner. Callaspo 3 for 6 so far in the series. And the 1-1.
You know what I like about the game tonight so far, the Indians, they've scored in 5 innings. And the Angels come back. They've scored in 1 inning, and they had that one big inning, and it was a mistake. As you see that backdoor breaking ball, he's saying it wrapped around the plate when the left-handed breaking ball a couple innings earlier, a little wider than that.
There's the 2-1. Hit on the ground to second. Kipnis will take care of that. And the inning is over. It's a scoreless 8 for Vinny Pastano and the Tribe, and they lead it 8-5. Eight-5 Indians. Bottom of the 8th inning. Jordan Walden coming on for the 29th time this year.
Walden was their closer last year. You recall his rookie season. He came out, and what a year he had. He had 32 saves and set an Angels rookie record for saves. But this year in the early going, had a few problems trying to close games, and things changed. He was 1 for 2 in save opportunities this year, and it just hasn't panned out, so he's moved in the pecking order. He's only 24 years old, so obviously his, I'm sure at some point in time, will come back and give him an opportunity to close. He's got a great arm.
There's Katie Witham's parents celebrating
Katie's
their
mom and dad
anniversary here at the ballpark tonight.
She brought him in during the rain delay, and we were able to meet them. So.
Happy anniversary to the Withams. Smile and say cheese.
Look at that. Looks like Katie taking the picture, doesn't it?
Casey Kochman, who is 1 for 3 on the night, singled and scored back in the 2nd inning. That 2-0 is fouled off into the Angel dugout. Got a piece of somebody, I think. Not sure if it was Dan Herron, guy who started this game tonight for the Angels. But he only lasted 4 1/3, giving up 7 runs on 9 hits. Kochman lines one to left field. That's a base hit. Could be extra bases. Trumbo deep in the corner. And by the time he corrals it, Kochman strolls into second base with a leadoff 2-bagger.
Double number 4 for the Indians tonight. And that's another leadoff double. How about that? He goes down and got a fastball out over the plate, sliced it down the left field line into the corner. And the mutters are out tonight with that rain. You know, these fields nowadays, they drain so well. You just a little extra careful you don't slip or slide.
Aaron Cunningham getting his first at bat tonight. Looks at a ball down low. Line drive, fair ball down the right field line. Kochman coming around third. He'll be waved home. Hunter's throw comes into second. 9-5 Indians. Aaron Cunningham with an RBI single, extending the Indians' lead to 4 here in the 8th.
Well, they waste no time. They jump on him. Cunningham shooting him the other way. Both hitters going the other way, the other line. That's 13 hits now for the Indians. And offensively, they've done a really nice job tonight. This ball past Pujols. Look at him. He's off the line, playing that gap there between first and second. He gets it by him. In come Kochman. He scored a couple of runs tonight. And the Indians lead at 9-5.
Now Jack Hanahan with a base hit. On his way to third goes Cunningham. Hanahan digging for 2, and he's in safely. Jack hustling into second base with a double. And Indians at second and third, still nobody out. 3 straight hits to open the bottom of the 8th against Jordan Walden.
Boy, the bottom part, 7, 8, and 9. What do you think? There's another pitch elevated in the strike zone. Hanahan turns on it. And they're going to cut it off. And Trout comes in. And I think he sees Jack going. And why not? It's wet out there. You're winning. Put the pressure on the defense. They do that.
Well, the bottom third
Nicely
of this
done.
Indians order is accounted for 6 hits tonight. 3 runs scored. 4 runs driven in. The infield drawn in as Shin-Soo Choo steps up. And he rips one foul. Fouled back, and the count 0-2. Two-strike pitch, swung out and missed. And Walden gets a strikeout for the first out of the inning. In-game box score brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers, who invite you to see the all-new 2012 Sonata. Visit northernohiohyundaidealers.com today. Chu with a pair of hits, Kipnis with a pair, Lopez with a 3-hit night, and now Casey Kochman with a base hit here in his 8th inning has 2. And so does Jack Hanahan, both of them doubling here in the 8th. Cabrera swung at that splitter in the dirt. Ball was out in front so far. I thought it was a splitter. I think it was just a slider that.
Oh, big breaking ball, 86 miles an hour. So
Short hop by Kendrick, 2 down. For every home run hit by the Indians this year, Rick and I each make a donation of $5 to the Gathering Place, while Great Clips donates $50. Our season total, $4,200. Great needs, great deeds. Great Clips. 1 homer tonight. That was hit by Shelley Duncan back in the 4th. But the Indians have had the extra base hit working for them tonight. Chu with a triple and a double. Lopez a double. Kochman. Hanahan. Hanahan with 2 doubles. Jason Kipnis. Pair of hits, an RBI, 2 runs scored. This guy can rush it up there in a hurry.
97. He has a great arm. You know, this guy had a great year last year. When he throws, it's almost like his back foot is off the rubber when he releases the ball. Yeah. Remember? You watch him, he gets out front and he really.
And he gets ahead, and then he gets you to chase that slider in the dirt. So he retires 3 straight after 3 straight hits to open the frame. But it's 9-5 Indians as we go to the 9th. (9-5) Indians, 9th inning here at Progressive Field. Esmil Rogers will come on and try to finish it off for the Tribe. Not a save situation. Nick Hagedorn is up in the Indians bullpen. Rogers on for the 8th time. ERA 1.74. He struck out 14 and only walked 1 in 10 1/3 innings.
Well, that has been the key for Rogers, just the 1 walk. He's been able to stay in the strike zone with his fastball and also his breaking ball. If he can do that, he's got a very good arm as well.
Up and in, Howie Kendrick got out of the way. Santana barely got a glove on it. Big clap of thunder as that pitch rolled over the plate for a fastball strike. 1-1. Out of play. Fastball hit on the ground to short. Cabrera scoops it up, flips it over. 1 away. Stay tuned after the ballgame for the Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care postgame show. We'll have the highlights, talk with one of the stars, and look forward to the series finale, which comes your way tomorrow. Don't forget, at 4 o'clock here on Sports Time Ohio. Enjoy your 4th of July tomorrow afternoon. Be safe. Have fun. I hope you'll make Indians baseball part of your day tomorrow. 29,292 the attendance here tonight. They've sat through rain and now more rain falling.
Oh, boy, it is, isn't it?
And he just called for the tarp. Jerry Lane with 1 out in the 9th inning. And the crowd can't believe it. Esmail Rogers can't believe it. He's still standing on the mound like, are you kidding me?
Well, the report he must have is it's coming straight down.
Well, unfortunately, folks, we can't do anything about it. We've got to abide by Jerry. He says, bring on the tarp. And the boys are bringing on the tarp. So 2 outs away from a victory. The Indians are forced to have to sit and wait. You see Bob Davidson look. He was looking at Jerry Lane, who called for the tarp, and Rogers on the mound going, really? So, once again, we go into rain delay mode here tonight at Progressive Field.
This is crazy.
It's been like this all day long. So We resume play with 1 out in the 9th. Esmail Rogers comes back out for the Indians. Eric Ibar was at the plate with 1 strike when Jerry Lane called for the tarp. And his first pitch is outside, ball 1. Pinch hitter Maicer Torres is on deck, and there's a drive into right center field for a base hit. Extra bases. It'll go to the wall. And Eric Ibar into second base. It's a 9-5 Indians lead. And a double for Ibar, and now Maicer Torres will come to the plate. If I heard that correctly, Rick, the second rain delay was longer than the first. 57-minute rain delay here in the 9th inning.
Well, the people are still here. They're still waiting for fireworks. That's what they want to see. They want 2 quick outs.
This Torres batting for the catcher, John Hester. Fouls that back. 0-2. It's a final in Chicago where the White Sox beat the Rangers 19-2. Meanwhile, the Twins lead the Tigers 7-6. They're in the 8th in Detroit. Now the 1-2 from Rogers. Up and away. Again tomorrow, a 4 o'clock start on the 4th of July. Of course, tomorrow is only 35 minutes away now. Rogers ready with the 2-2. And Torres hits a slow ground ball toward first. Kochman spins around, flips to Rogers, 2 down. And we go to the top of the order now for Mike Trout.
Well, he keeps it in front of him and gives the good flip over to Rogers. Out number 2.
And Trout takes a strike. Trout 2 for 4, 3-run homer back in the 5th inning, his 10th of the year. 36 driven in. Top batting average in the American League. Swung on and missed at a ball in the dirt. It's 0-2. Tomorrow's game will officially be the halfway mark of the season for the Indians, and as they look to go 2 games above the 500 mark with a win tonight. Rogers into the line in the 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Indians win the game. So the Indians even the series at a game apiece with a 9-5 victory over the Angels here tonight. And it's time now for our key play of the game, brought to you by Key Bank.
It was the turning point in the game after they gave up a 5-run inning, and back come the Indians. A ground ball that hit the pool holes, The hustle of Jason Kipnis really gets him into home plate. They put the pressure on. Following him was Lopez. That was the 2 runs. They made it a 7-5 game. A great jump. Head first slide. He beats the throw. It forced Pujols to make a bad throw. And then Lopez on the back end continued to come around and score. What a beautiful play that was.
Play of the game brought to you by KeyBank. Earn double rewards points during the KeyBank Summer of Rewards. For the Indians, 9 runs, 14 hits, and errors, 6 men left. For the Angels, 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, 5 men stranded. With the win, the Indians 41-39. The loss drops the Angels to 45-36. The win, Zach McAllister, he's 3-1. The loser is Dan Herron. He's 6-8. Time of the game, 2 hours, 37 minutes. The attendance, 29,292. Down to the field, Katie Witham is standing by with Jason Kipnis.
Well, Jason, an exciting game today. You were involved in a little bit of everything when it came to this game. Offensively, defensively, out there on the base path. You seem locked in.
You know, yeah, today was a good day. Kind of fought hard. Offense didn't do too much yesterday, so we wanted to have a little bit of bounce-back day, and I thought we had some good swings on the bat, and I'm real happy about the offense fighting back today. We got down in that big inning, and I'm glad we came back and got the lead again.
Got to talk about that inning. The 5th inning, huge. You're on base. Michael Brantley's up at the plate. They go through a pitch out, waiting to see if you're going to run. I guess just walk me through what you were thinking. Were you going that next pitch?
You mean when Lopez was batting?
No, Brantley, 5th inning.
5th inning? No, actually, no, I was holding off. Didn't want to go there. Wanted to kind of let the inning play itself out, and fortunately got some hit and some walks there and kind of led to some runs. And I think that just came back to having a good approach and some good at-bats. We didn't want to force the issue again tonight.
Dan Herron, a guy who's been tough on the Indians when he's out there. What was the difference today? You guys were able to get him out early.
You know what? We knew that with Weaver, we kind of let him get into a little groove yesterday. Let him get his pitches and do what he wanted to. So we wanted to make sure that we brought Herron to us, that we got him over the plate, that we didn't chase his pitches tonight. I think we did a good job of that.
Offensively, you mentioned an exciting game for you guys. You were able to put runs on the board in all kinds of innings. What does a win like this do for you guys right now?
After a long game like this, with all the rain delays, it's good that we come out on top and get a little bit more momentum than they might have going into tomorrow. So hopefully get some rest tonight and we come back strong tomorrow and finish off the series.
Jason, appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right, thanks, Katie. Big win for the Tribe tonight to battle back. It could have gone either way after that big 5-run fifth of the Angels, but the Indians roar back to win it. 9-5 the final. We're back with a final thought next.